All right, so we're on the record. Mr. Best, I think this is your case. All right, we're on the record in docket 1204551 GC. That's CACH LLC versus Brian Helmick. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. Daniel Best, P58501 on behalf of plaintiff CACH LLC.
And sir, you are Brian Helmick?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is the time set for an objection. I have, this is an objection filed by Mr. Helmick concerning a garnishment and notice of hearing. You're objecting to the garnishment that was issued quite a while ago. So Mr. Helmick, this is your motion, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. You may proceed.
Well, I don't ever recall being served for anything. I just kind of got a paper in the mail saying that I was being sued and that then recently I've got the garnishment. So that's why I've taken action now instead of way back then, because I didn't really think of anything. And then I've also got a statement from Bank of America, which is the debt, and it's saying that it's been forgiven, and then I had to claim this as a 1099 on my taxes.
Mr. Best, I have service by a copy of the notice of judgment lien by certified mail. Is that correct?
That is correct. That came back as unclaimed, Your Honor.
Yeah, that came back as unclaimed. So where did that go? Did that go to the 3652 Coachlight Common Street address?
That is correct, Your Honor. That was the address that we sent the motion to renew the judgment. That was not returned. I also note that was the address that the original summons and complaint was served at back in 2013.
All right. It appears that Mr. Helmick, is it Helmick?
Helmick.
Okay, Helmick has some indication that the debt was paid. Some tax information that indicates the tax. Have you had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Helmick?
I have not, Your Honor. And if a 1099-C was issued, the case law is very clear. That's a reporting requirement of the IRS and does not impact the judgment. We've had this matter all along. We're showing that we had one successful tax garnishment in 2015 that netted $198. That is the only payment we've received.
Yeah, I've got $198 payment was received on April 24th of 2015.
Correct, Your Honor.
Right. Okay. So your indication, so that's your answer to the question then, is the debt still owed and that the service was done by certified mail and came back to the last known address?
Well, that was a lien, Your Honor. That was for the judgment lien, Your Honor.
Right.
The service of the motion was mailed in accordance with court rule and was not returned. It was mailed regular mail. The judgment lien was not claimed. That was done pursuant to the statute that requires certified mail. The original address that service was accomplished at what is the same address that defendant is identifying on his motion, or is on his objection, excuse me, Your Honor.
Right. So is the objection because you were never served properly, because there's an indication here that you were served properly, or is it that you don't want to make the payments or you feel you don't owe anymore?
Well, I don't remember. I never received anything saying that I needed to show up to court, because I would have came to court to to figure it out. You know what I mean? Like I never received anything to say you have a court date and this is what's happening to you. So I don't recall ever getting that. And then I don't understand. I mean, I know it's probably not your place to explain it to me, but I don't understand how I'm claiming this debt on my taxes and paying a tax debt on the debt, but then yet I still have to pay the debt to some person who bought the debt. Like I don't
Mr. Best, did you want to explain that to Mr. Homick?
Yeah, there is a reporting requirement by the IRS. If certain triggers are met, my client is under an obligation to report this. It does not impact, the case law is very clear. It's a reporting requirement. It does not impact, to the extent that you do pay this, sir, you would have the ability to go back and amend any previous tax returns that you did to recover any taxes you paid on the income that was identified. But that is unfortunately my client, if certain boxes are met or checked on an IRS checklist, my client is legally obligated to issue a 1099 on these.
So it's a reporting request. Yeah, but it's from the federal. He has to report it, and then you get it from the IRS. So
I understand.
he has to report it as to the IRS, and then you get the notice from the IRS.
Report what? No, I'm confused. I don't
The
understand.
debt owed.
I've owed the debt for 10 years, it says.
Right.
Right. And this is a Bank of America, not from LLC or whatever. This is Bank of America saying that they what's it says.
So that's not from the federal government. That's from Bank of
This is
America.
from Bank of America saying that they have notice of cancellation of debt
So
on 12/9 of 22. The amount debt discharge was $2,775, and I had to claim that on my taxes.
but your taxes are separate from the. Is the Bank of America statement relevant here, Mr. Best?
Hold on, I lost the original creditor. The original creditor in this action is Citibank, Your Honor.
Mr. Hamlick, and I'm a little bit, because I'm new to this file, but this started in 2012, it looks like. This stems from an original obligation. Have you seen what Mr. Hamlick indicates from Bank of America?
I have not, Your Honor, but anything that Bank of America would have filed is irrelevant, given that the original creditor in this matter was Citibank, and I showed that Bank of America has no, looking at all the account documents.
So that's not even part parcel of this debt.
No, that has nothing to do with this matter, Your Honor, completely irrelevant.
I need a, is there a way for me to request the original debt and copy and my signature saying that I even owe that debt, because I don't have a Citibank card that should be.
Mr. Hamlick doesn't seem to have the original complaint or anything along those lines of the original. So
I'm more than happy to send him a copy of the complaint, Your Honor.
yeah,
At this point in time, I cannot get documents as the holding period has far exceeded any holding that's required of any creditor. And I'm not willing to relitigate this. I show that service was accomplished at his address. Right. I'm showing in 2015, we had a successful garnishment. So he cannot, I don't know how he can be sitting here today and saying he has no knowledge of this. And then we mailed the motion to renew also to his current address.
Yeah, I'm kind of at a loss at how Mr. Hamlick, you're sitting here indicating that you have no understanding of the original complaint, and this case dates back to 2012. I'm only looking at a reason on your objection to the garnishment, and I don't see one right now. I don't see a valid reason to grant your objection to the garnishment. You've come in here and said, I don't understand the initial complaint, and we're 10 years past that, if not more.
Right. I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is I I've nenever had a Citibank card. So I need to know, is it even mine?
It was a Sears MasterCard that was serviced by Citibank.
It was a Sears MasterCard issued by Citibank.
I didn't have a Sears card. That was used. So.
Yeah, I mean, this is years ago. This is the 2012 debt.
I guess so. My next question for you, if you can, what are my next steps then?
Well, what's the total amount of the debt, Mr. Best?
Bear with me 1 second, sir. Your Honor, I just jumped from that.
So Mr. Hamlet has it at a little over $4,000.
Yeah, today it's $4,516.29.
$4,516. And how many cents?
29.
29 cents. So the only thing the court has today is to consider the order and objection to garnishment and your objection. I think just out of recognizing the type of complaint this is, because it's been so years, that Mr. Best can send you whatever paperwork necessary for the complaint. But I don't see a valid objection to the garnishment wages at this point. I don't see anything that would indicate that it was not served properly. And I don't see anything, there's no boxes checked that would indicate that an installment plan is needed at this time. What you indicated was the writ was not properly issued or is otherwise invalid because it was never served. And I have proper service on this.
That's what they're telling you. I'm
right. Well, I have it. I also have it in the file as service by you mailed it. Is that correct? And you're here. I mean. So,
well, I'm here now because I came in person and filed this motion. Is why I'm here. I'm not here because I got anything in the mail.
Mr. Best, how did you want to proceed today? I find a valid at this time. I don't find an objection to the writ of garnishment. How did you want to proceed?
Your Honor, I would ask that the court find the objections invalid, and I would ask Mr. Holmick, excuse me, sir, keep on trying to move that L to after the M. I'd ask Mr. Holmick if he would like to discuss this matter. He can contact me directly, and I'm more than happy to provide him my direct phone number if you'd like.
But let's do that, because I do think there needs to be some negotiations on this very old collections issue. Do you have Mr. Best's contact information so you can?
No.
Do you need a pen or paper or something to? Let me give it to you, and you can write down. But I'm gonna order the objections as invalid at this point in time, and sign. And then, Mr. Best, what is the best number to contact you at?
My direct phone number is 248-362-6139.
And at this time, maybe you can set up a plan or something in order to resolve the debt, and then get any paperwork you may need necessary. Do you have that number, sir?
I do.
All right.
I thought I had a legal right to ask for the original.
I think it's an old debt, but I think he can email you the complaint.
Right to ask for that.
Yeah, if necessary. Yeah. And you can provide that information once you call at a good email address to send it to you. Mr. Best, anything else in regards to 12-04551?
Not this morning, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Hamlet will be in contact with you, and then you may, and you can provide him whatever paperwork he doesn't have on the file. There's probably some old paperwork because this is an older case, but this looks like it started out as a Sears Citibank account. So, all right, that's all for the record docket 12-04551. Thank you, Mr. Best, for your appearance. Thank you, Mr. Helmick, for your appearance.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a good day, everyone.
As far as bankruptcy is concerned, is that what?
That may stay the proceeding depending.
Okay.
So if if you.
I don't have a job, so
All
like,
right.
this is not an option for me.
Right, why don't you call him? Why don't you call him and see if there's some type of resolution here, but if you were if bankruptcy would stay the proceeding.
Would.
Yeah, in regards to my understanding, so I'm not, but
I
would
mean,
stay it
100%, but I'm saying
as to
that-
collectors, yeah,
Okay,
Okay.
and then do you know what type that is? 'Cause know
No,
there's
I
different
really
types of
don't.
bankruptcy.
yeah. There's 7 and 11, and I'm an uncertain, because I'm uncertain the type of the debt you have. All right, you're all set. Thank you, Mr. Best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Then we're on the record in docket 17-02139. That's RPM Auto Sales versus Carrie Tucker. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Brent Cradiville appearing on behalf of plaintiff RPM Auto Sales P75845.
And ma'am, you are Carrie Tucker.
Yes, good morning. My name is Carrie Tucker.
All right, this is also comes in regards to an objection to the entry of the order. And it appears your objection is based on information you received that was not from the court. Is that correct, Ms. Tucker?
Correct. So I spoke with the attorney, I think it was back in December, in regards to receival of my my income tax. And I thought it was a great idea. However, I did not know that they were referring to my state income tax. So basically in the conversation, they were stating that they were going to go ahead and collect the amount. And I was like, great, because I, of course, would like to get this over with. And when I received something in the mail stating that I owed, was confused, because after our conversation, it was kind of like in the situation where it kind of felt like it was going to cover the debt, and not thinking that, okay, this is my state income tax that they're referring to. After I spoke with someone from the court, they indicated that they were referring to the state income tax and not my actual federal. So I feel like I went off of the information that I received over the phone. And then once I was able to make my payment, I went ahead and made the back amount.
So, Mr. Craddock, do you have any indication that the previous unpaid debt, I have indicating that there was a total of $360. There were payments of $120 was the original plan, and then Ms. Tucker fell behind in that plan. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. So yes, the last payment she made was in November 8th of 2022. And I do have notes. I myself spoke with Ms. Tucker back in the middle of November. She received, based on my notes, it looks like she received our tax garnishment disclosure to her, letting her know that we were serving her tax garnishment on the state of Michigan. She explained that she was confused by the balance on the tax garnishment. And I think what I explained to her is that it's a snapshot in time. And so any payments made since we filed it in July, would not be included. And so it was probably higher than what her actual balance was. At no time, I mean, I guess I don't understand her issue there. It's always a state tax garnishment. If someone asks that question, I always explain that to them. And at no time would I have indicated that, pursuant to our, receipt of that she didn't have to make her payments that she was making under the court's order. So I'm not sure. I guess I'm not sure how one thing relates to the other.
How in regards to those $120 a month payments, do you have any update, or is the last payment made in November on that?
So the last payment was made in November, but she did make the $120 payments for a relatively significant amount of time. I think the first payment she made was back in August. I mean, she essentially made the payments that she was scheduled to make. At one point, she might have fallen behind and then doubled up a payment, but she was essentially current through November. So over a year worth of payments, and then just has not paid since November.
All right, Ms. Tucker, you indicated that your plan is you'd like to go back to the $120 payment, but now you're through November, December, January, February, March. That's almost 5-6 months of no payment. Is that correct, Mr. Cradico?
No, I made a payment of $480 just recently.
When was that, ma'am?
That was on Friday when I had the money available to me. So I made a $480 payment.
Okay, so Friday you called the office and paid with a card over the phone?
No, I made it over the internet. And if you would like a copy of that receipt, I can send it to you.
No, it's just not posted to our system yet. So if what she's saying is true and I don't have any, I guess, reason to believe it's not, it just wouldn't be posted yet because the person who does that wouldn't have had a chance to do that yet. So I do have a way of seeing whether or not that's been made. If the court can give me a second, but
all right,
assuming that's the case, I don't necessarily, I don't really have any objections to her continuing to make those monthly payments if that's what she'd like to do.
If that $480 payment's been made, that would I think that, and you could check on that, that would place Ms. Tucker back in a reasonable way of continuing the payments.
Right. She would be due for April 15th at that point. So, I mean, she'd be, 2 days behind, which is not something we generally are concerned about. Why the phone? Yeah, I see it. I see that it was made. Oh, it looks like it was Friday evening later. So yes, that I'm sure that payment will post at some point today. And,
all right. And then there'd be a $120 payment for the month of April. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Ms. Tucker, that month of April payment. So I think you can stay on the plan. I just want to make sure you're caught up on the plan.
Okay. That's no problem. I will make the $120. I thought I had made the payment. I thought our conversation was in December. So I guess I didn't write my dates down, or I should have written that date down, but that's no problem. I will go ahead and I'll make that $120 payment as well.
And then she's good with just staying on that $120 a month plan, Mr. Cradico?
That's fine with me, Your Honor. We can withdraw our motion to set aside his order.
So motion to set aside payment plan is withdrawn. And I'll indicate for the record that a payment plan, a payment of, what was that amount that you recently just paid, Ms. Tucker?
$480.
$480 was paid on, that would be Friday, April 14th.
Correct.
And that was confirmed.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then and Ms. Tucker, you indicated that you'll make the $120 payments
Sure.
in the same manner. When can you make that to clear up any arrears so we start fresh in May 15th?
I'll just go ahead and make that payment here today, sir.
All right, so that'll be made on April 17th. So the next payment date will be May 15th. And then payment can continue on that $120 plan. Is that correct, Ms. Cradico? Mr. Cradico?
Yes, it is.
All right. So that's all on the record. I've indicated the plan. You're really caught up except for the April 14th date, and then we'll continue on with the plan that was initially indicated $120 a month. All right, Ms.
Okay.
Tucker?
No problem.
right.
What is is there an update of my current balance?
Once the 480 posts, I have a balance of 6,469.04. So subtract $480 from that. Basically that's $5,989.04.
You said 5,000.
$989.04.
Correct.
And 4 cents. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Anything else for the record? Docket 1702139. Motion to set aside has been withdrawn. So the objection to continue is mute at this point. And we'll set back to the payment plan. Ms. Tucker has made a payment of $480. She'll make another payment of $120 today, and that'll get us right back on the May 15th plan. Anything else on the record, Mr. Cradico, on docket 1702139?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Tucker, do you have any questions of me?
No, thank you.
All right, that's all. Thank you for your appearance today.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Take care.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker.
Bye-bye.
How are you, Ms. Williams?
Oh, well, how are you?
All right, Ms. Williams, we're ready on your case. We're on the record in docket 22-03094. And the accompanying ticket. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Amanda Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Ms. Williams, who's appearing over Zoom.
And ma'am, you are Tatiana C. Williams.
Yes,
All right, and you can hear me all right, Ms. Williams?
yes.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the city moves to dismiss the driving while license suspended, and my understanding is that Ms. Williams will be accepting responsibility to the civil infraction violation of child restraint law.
Is that your understanding, Ms. Robinson?
It is, Your Honor.
And so let me just make sure this is on a ticket. And it is. So is that your understanding, Ms. Williams? You'll be pleading responsible through your lawyer to the civil infraction, and the 22-03094 is to be dismissed?
Yes.
All right. Yes. All right. And are there any points that go along with the violation of the restraint?
It shows 0 points.
All right, 0.0 civil infraction.
Do you need the code, Your Honor?
I don't. Let's see if the ticket has it. Yeah, so just as part of this. I have it under 402.03, but if you have the PAC code, that'd be
I have MCL
257.710D.
257.0D. No, 710. Sorry.
710D. And do you have a fine on that?
No, I don't.
130? Okay. All right. And we're resurrecting that ticket because she was defaulted on it for the fail to appear. So we're resurrecting it for purposes of negotiations. All right. So Ms. Williams and Ms. Robinson, you're going to answer for your client in that regard to that civil infraction?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So Ms. Williams, just so you know, it's a 0-point civil infraction under 257.010D, and the fine's $130. All right, ma'am?
Okay.
All right. Just so we're working for the same ticket, it's ticket L275735, and the violation of the child restraint law. Ms. Robinson, you're indicating that your client pleads responsible to that civil infraction?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm accepting responsibility for my client.
Okay. So with the 0-point offense, the fine is $130. Does your client need some time to make that payment?
Yes, she actually would like to do like a $50 a month payment plan if possible, starting in about a month.
So if we do 50, 100, 100, could we put it out 3 months and then she could just pay it off as she goes? Yeah, I think that's easier, is that, yeah, we'll set it out to May, June, July. So July 15th. But July 15th, 2023. So Ms. Williams, you have till July 15th, 2023 to pay off that $130 debt. And if you want to do it $50 at a time, that as long as it's all paid by July 15th, just pay what you can, but it should be all paid by July 15th. All right, ma'am?
Okay.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 22-03094, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance. Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Yeah.
And sir, what's your name today?
Sean Moorhead?
Moorhead. You're here for your 9:30?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's Miss Sutter's client.
All
She's
right.
outside talking with someone.
Perfect. What's that? See. Thank you.
I'll save time later.
You have a nice weekend, Nathaniel? You got a little bit of a headache on, or?
Can't breathe.
I don't know if it's this weather. I don't know if all of a sudden it got cold after being warm.
Allergy medicine, that didn't help, so I just took cold flu medicine and see if that helps. Let's just see the Tigers back to back walk off wins.
Yeah, in extra innings. I was actually rooting. I was actually rooting for the rain out yesterday because I figured it couldn't happen 3 times in a row. So when it rained out, I was like, woo.
That's kind of funny.
Well, it's not gonna happen 3 days in a row. You're not, I mean, you're not gonna win a walk-off game 3 days in a row. Now they're back to somewhat respectable record until they drop 10 games again or something, you know. Just as long as they're close to 500, I feel, you know, like I can walk with my head up. Baez has come to life after he's been for a while.
It's a wake up call.
Yeah, it should be. I don't care how much you get paid if you're not doing your job. You know, somebody else will do it. Doesn't mean it. She said at the end of the month.
Next week.
Next week. That's a beautiful trip. It really is.
Is there anybody else in Zoom besides Miss Hayes?
Miss Hayes is the only one right now. Oh, Mr. McLean just joined us. So Mr. McLean just joined us on Zoom and Miss Hayes is there. That you knew that.
Yes, I just walked into the breakout room. Can I have Miss Hayes, please?
Sure. I'll admit you and then we'll put you and Miss Hayes in a breakout room.
Pretty much, and then Paige and Mr. Smith both here as well.
All right. So Ms. Hayes, we're going to put you in a breakout room with your attorney, all right?
Thank you.
I like it up there. I like that part of the state. Mr. McLean? You're gonna have to unmute yourself, and it sure would help if you just sat in one place. There you are. I'm gonna place you in a breakout room with your public defender, Lauren Sutter, when she comes out of the room with another client, okay?
Okay.
All right. And you should probably pick one place to set because
Yeah,
you're making,
I'm getting ready right now.
all right, sounds good.
Thank you. Sorry.
Joy.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-00970. That's the city of Lansing versus Hazel Hayes. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Amanda Williams appearing on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. Hayes, who's joining us via Zoom.
And ma'am, you are Hazel Hayes.
Yes, sir. I mean,
Okay, and you
Your
can
Honor.
hear me all right, Ms. Hayes?
yes, Your Honor.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, would like to request an adjournment for 45 days for compliance purposes.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Indicate that this is the first pretrial on the matter. And we'll reset for. All right, so we'll adjourn the matter for compliance purposes for May 22nd at 9 o'clock. So Ms. Hayes, you heard that date, May 22nd at 9 o'clock?
Yes, Your Honor, I did.
All right, and you can attend by Zoom. We'll adjourn for compliance purpose. Anything else for the record? Docket 23-00970. Ms. Williams.
Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Sutter.
Just briefly, Your Honor, Ms. Hayes did speak to me. She intends to, or she's hoping to intend to leave the state very briefly on May 4th, and she would like the permission of the court to do that.
May 4th. Permission to leave state. Any
What-
objection, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, no objection.
What's the purpose of leaving?
Ms. Hayes, do you mind telling the judge what day you'll be returning and where you're going for what reason?
I'm going to Florida for a family reunion, and I will be back on May 8th.
Okay, so you'll leave May 4th and you'll be back May 8th.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the permission to leave the state is granted from May 4th to May 8th, and then we'll see you back here on May 22nd. All right, ma'am?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anything else for the record? Docket 23-00970, Ms. Williams.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Sutter, you all set?
Thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right,
Yes.
thank you. Ms. Hayes, you're free to leave the Zoom courtroom. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, you guys. Have a great day.
And then you have Mr. Smith.
Yes, Your Honor, it's just outside.
Okay.
Ready on Mr. Moorhead.
All right.
Mr. Moorhead?
Okay.
We'll do. All right. So we're on the record in docket 23-00015. That's City of Lansing versus Sean Moorhead Jr. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Amanda Williams appearing on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender, so Mr. Moorhead.
Sir, you are Sean Moorhead. Okay, you can hear me all right, sir? All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I'd like to request an adjournment for 30 days for compliance purposes.
For compliance. And this is a license case, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that correct, Ms. Robinson?
It is, Your Honor.
So So we'll set this 30 days out. May 15th at 9 a.m. So please keep in contact with your attorney. It's Miss Sutter, Miss Robinson. I think it's
It's Miss Sutter. I'm
Miss
just getting
Sutter.
in today.
but we're going to adjourn this for compliance purposes till May 15th at 9 o'clock. Okay, Mr. Moorhead? All right. Anything else for the record on docket 23-00015, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Mr. Moorhead, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Do you want, she would prefer that since we're doing this court date is, or-
And then Ms. Sutter, you said you're ready to go on Mr. Smith. All right, so we're on the record in docket 22-01294, 23-00149, and the accompanying ticket. The parties, please introduce themselves for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Amani Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lawrence Sutter on behalf of Mr. Smith, who is standing to my right.
And sir, you are Mark Kevin Smith?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pre-trial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the city moves to dismiss no ops and driving while license suspended. And I will also amend the misdemeanor, the improper load, the civil infraction improper load.
All right, so the driving while license suspended 23-00149 is to be dismissed.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So. For negotiations. All right. And then the file 22-01294 is also to be dismissed.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then the ticket is going to be amended. Is that correct?
Yes, to the civil infraction improper load.
Civil infraction of, say it again?
It's the same charge, but
Right.
instead of the misdemeanor, it's the civil infraction
Okay,
improper
improper
load.
load. Sure, I got the right ticket. All right, so it's amending count 2 then to the civil infraction. That's a 0-point ticket,
It's a 2-point ticket.
2-point ticket. And what's the fine on that ticket?
I believe it's the default 150. I can't find an amended fine in the statute.
I think you're right. I think it's a
It
default
doesn't-
150.
Doesn't show, I only have the freedom. I don't have the fine. That's fine. Yeah. It's not every. let me check.
$130,
Even better.
even better. Is that your understanding, Mr. Smith, that you'll be admitting responsibility through your attorney, Lauren Sutter, to the 2-point civil infraction of with a $130 fine of improper load? Is that correct? And the other 2 misdemeanor files will be dismissed.
I appreciate it.
All right, so just so we know we're working for the same ticket, that's ticket L275055, and you're admitting responsibility, Ms. Sutter, for your client for the civil infraction of improper load.
That's correct.
Okay. With that understanding, you'll be contacted by the Secretary of State in regarding to the 2-point ticket. Do you need some time to pay the $130 fine?
Your Honor, If you don't mind, he's already on a collection plan with the collection department. If this should just, let's try English again. This could just be added to that.
So, does he got a clue? So we'll refer to collections, the $130 debt. Yeah. So what they'll need for you to do is just stop by collection, so they'll redo your plan, okay? All right. Anything else for the record, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor. thank
Ms.
you.
Sutter?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're all set. Thank you, Mr. Sutter.
Mr. Lake is here.
Mr. Late.
And we are ready on.
All right. Mr. McLean, we're gonna put you in room 1, a breakout room with your attorney, Ms. Sutter, all right?
Okay, thank you.
And we'll call Ms. Person's case. So we're on the record in docket 22-03476 and the accompanying ticket. City of Lansing versus Ashley Person. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Amani Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Erin Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Ms. Person.
And ma'am, you'll have to unmute yourself. You are Ashley Person.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you can hear me all right, Ms. Person?
Yeah.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the city will dismiss the civil infraction, and my understanding that Ms. Person will be pleading guilty to fail to display license.
Okay, so I have, let's make sure we got. I have a driving while license not valid or improper. That's what you'll be pleading to, the no ops. And then you'll be dismissing the disobey a traffic signal.
Yes.
Okay.
It's charged as the 311, correct? I
Okay.
think it is.
It's charged as charged as the 301, but she will be pleading for the 311, and that's the 0.
Yeah.
Yes, just to make.
All right, so dismiss, so that the civil infraction is dismissed as a part of the plea agreement. And then she'll be pleading to, just to make this, the no ops under, so plead to this plea to no ops under 311, right?
Yes.
Yes,
So that's 257.311.
yes.
Mhm. Exactly.
That's 90 days. And or how much?
$100.
And that is a misdemeanor plea, correct?
Yes,
Correct.
Your Honor.
This Person, that's your understanding of the plea agreement, is you'll be pleading to the no ops in possession of pursuant to 257.311. That's 90 days and or $100. And we'll be dismissing the civil infraction of disobeying a traffic signal. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And so Ms. Robinson, may I inquire of your client of their advice of misdemeanor rights?
Me.
All right. This person, I'm going to indicate some of your rights that you're waiving in regards to the plea of this misdemeanor case. So I'll walk you through those, all right?
Okay.
All right, you have the right to have a trial by jury. You have the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. You have the right to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty. You have the right to have the witnesses against you appear at trial. You have the right to question those witnesses against you. You, of course, are represented by attorney Erin Robinson. She would be here to contest any charges or cross-examine any witnesses brought by the state. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
You also have the right to have the court order any witnesses to appear in your defense. You have the right to remain silent during the trial. You have the right not to have that silence used against you. And you have the right to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you give up the claim that the plea was a result of any promises other than the negotiations we've already talked about or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd be also giving up the right to appeal any issues at trial. Since you're not having a trial, you'll be waiving that right. Do you understand the rights you'd be waiving today, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Is it your intention to waive your rights and plead guilty to this matter?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll bring your attention back to the date of December 7th, 2022 at the offense location of Washington at Northrop in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you operating a motor vehicle on Washington and Northrop on that date and time?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you not have a proper license at the time to show law enforcement after you were stopped?
No, I did not.
All right. Anything towards a factual basis, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor.
Anything on the factual basis, Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
I find the factual basis to be knowing, understandingly, voluntarily, and accurately made. And any objection to immediate sentencing, Ms. Williams?
No objections.
Ms. Robinson?
No objection.
Okay. So there's been no objection to immediate sentencing. I'm going to set the fine in this regards. I won't argue any order any jail time or probation, but it's $100 fine. Do you need some time to make that payment, ma'am?
Yeah.
About how much time do you need comfortably to make that payment?
Maybe like a month. I'm just in the process of moving right now and stuff, so it's just that's why I couldn't get my license. It's just a money problem, trying to pay everything up at front right now.
All right, and I do stand corrected here. I have to order $75 crime victims' rights fee that I forgot and $50 state fee. So it'll be a grand total of $225. It sounds like you need some time to pay that. Would 90 days be sufficient?
Yes.
All right. So for the $225, including the crime victims' rights fee and sentence fee, we'll set it for July 15th. We'll make it July 17th. So make that payment of $225, and you can use that in order for your own payment plan. So if you can pay $50 a month or $75, just have the whole amount paid by July 17th. All right, ma'am?
Okay.
All right. So the whole amount will be $225. That's $100 fine for the no ops in possession, and then $75 crime victims' right fee and $50 for the state fee. You have till July 17th. All right.
Okay.
Anything else for the record in docket 22-03476 or the accompanying ticket, Ms.
I
Williams?
sit by that half an
Ms.
hour.
Robinson, are you all set?
I'm all set. Thank you,
All right,
Judge.
thank you. You're all set, Ms. Person, okay?
Yeah.
All right, thank you for your appearance today. Ma'am, on the Samsung SMS908U, will you please identify yourself?
Helen Taylor.
Okay, Ms. Taylor. And sir, on the Alcatel Joy, would you please identify yourself? Oh, you'll have to unmute yourself, sir.
Stephen Antez. Did you get that?
I did. You're here for your 10:30?
Yes, sir. I just made sure I could log
All right.
in.
Okay, you're in the right courtroom. Just stand by. We've got some cases in front of you, all right?
Okay, thank you, sir.
Mr. Kozer, what case are you here on?
Good morning, Your Honor. Zaire, I think it's Kayvon on the docket, but Chisholm if they've changed it.
All right. And then Ms. Cohen, you're here for Fountain Place.
Yes.
That's the 10 o'clock? All right. All right, we got a few cases in front of you, and then I'll start calling your cases, all right?
Thank you.
Mr. Dewey here's on all his cases.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Sam. All right, so we're on the record in docket 23 L2774061. That is City of Lansing versus Timothy Lee McLean. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. McLean, who joins us via Zoom.
And sir, you are Tim McLean, Timothy McLean?
Yeah, I'm Junior.
All right, Timothy McLean Jr. And you can hear me all right, Mr. McLean?
Perfectly.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I'd like to request an adjournment for 30 days for compliance purposes.
That's correct, Your Honor.
30 days. So we'll get a new date, 30 days out. May 15th at 9. So May 15th at 9 o'clock, Mr. McLean, please keep in contact with your attorney, Lauren Sutter. We've reset this for compliance purposes for May 15th at 9 a.m. Okay, sir?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else for the record in docket 23 L2774061, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor. Thank
Ms.
you.
Sutter?
Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Your own.
Is they all set to leave or no?
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Okay, thank
Mr.
you.
McLean. All right, so we're on the record in docket 22020969. That is City of Lansing versus Christopher Van Tilburg. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Van Tilburg, who joins us via Zoom.
And sir, you are Christopher Van Tilburg?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Van
Yes, Your
Tilburg?
Honor.
All right. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the city moves to amend the trespassing red tag property charge, the civil infraction, breach of the peace.
Breach. What's that under in this? That's the city code, right?
It's an MCL,
It's an
MCL
MCL.
750.170.
That's a civil infraction. What's the fine on that?
$150.
150. And you'll be accepting responsibility for that on behalf of your client, Ms. Sutter?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Van Tilburg, is that your understanding that the city's going to move to amend the misdemeanor to a civil infraction of breach of the peace with a $150 fine? Is that your understanding, Mr. Van Tilburg?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And Ms. Sutter, you'll be accepting responsibility on behalf of your client?
That's correct.
All right. So just so I make sure we're working from the same ticket, this is ticket L272272520. And the charge is breach of the peace pursuant to 750.170. Do you accept responsibility for the amended breach of the peace on behalf of your client?
I do.
All right. It's a $150 fine. Does your client need some time to make that payment?
Yes, Your Honor, if you could give him 30 days.
What's the date for? here. Seventeen? All right, Mr. Van Tilburg, you have till April 17th, 2023 to make that $150 payment to the city of Lansing. You can also,
Your Honor.
yes, I mean, May 17th, right?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Your Honor.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I had the wrong date. So May 17th, 2023, correct, Mr. Van Tilburg?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else for the record, Ms. Williams and docket 22020969?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you. You're all set. You're all set. That May 17th date, you're correct.
Thank you.
I'll send you an email on payments, Mr. Van Tilburg.
All right, thank you, Miss. You guys have a great day.
You too. All right. I've got Cole, Esquivel, and Milton left.
Correct, Your Honor. Two of those folks are mine. I'm gonna call the hallway, but I have not seen them.
All right, go.
Am I correct that this is everyone on Zoom?
Yep, everybody's here.
Thank you.
Oh, let's see. And a lot of those are civil cases we just set.
Not sure. I know I sent them all Zoom instructions. Well, Miss Esquivel and Mr. Cole anyway.
So Miss Pitts is here. That's not one. And then Zaire Chisholm.
Chisholm is also a civil.
All right.
Instead of Zaire Kavon for some reason.
Zaire Kavon. Who's on the, sir, on the Samsung, can you identify yourself?
Irvin Milton.
All right, Mr. Milton, your attorney's in a breakout room. You're in the right courtroom, all right?
Okay.
So we're on the record in docket 23-00678. That's City of Lansing versus Frank Cole. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Amani Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Cole, who I do not believe is present.
Okay, this was initially scheduled for 9 o'clock. It is now 10:07. Would appear that the defendants failed to appear for his pretrial. I've checked the Zoom courtroom and I don't see Mr. Cole in the Zoom courtroom. There's nobody in the Zoom waiting room. I know Ms. Sutter, the attorney, has called his name in the hallway, and I don't see Mr. Cole in the physical courtroom. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Gonna drop it down to a fucking civil infraction, then do a fine, but she's gonna request like.
Your Honor, I will be requesting a bench warrant bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold.
Ms. Sutter?
I would just request the 48-hour hold.
Bench warrant, bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. The nature of the crime. Anything else for the record in docket 23-00678, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, that's all for the record in that file. And then we're on the record in docket 22-03372. That is City of Lansing versus Siciliana Esquivel. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. Esquivel. I do not believe she's present, but I have spoken with her at length on Friday, so I'm not quite sure why she's not here.
And this is a misdemeanor driving case. This was scheduled for 9 o'clock. It is now 10:09. It would appear that the defendants failed to appear for her pretrial, although she's had contact with the public defender. Ms. Williams, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, I'm requesting a bench warrant bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold.
Any objection to the bench warrant being issued with a 48-hour hold?
Well, I'll say no comment as
No
opposed to
comment?
objection.
Okay. And then just let us know if you have any communication with Ms. Esquivel within that 48-hour time period.
I'll give her a call now, Your Honor, because
Yeah.
we spoke for a while on Friday.
Right. But I'll put a 48-hour hold and then I'll wait to hear from Ms. Sutter on that. Anything else for the record in 22-03372, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you. Did you want to go to Mr. Antis?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Antis, we'll call your case stock at 23-00687, City of Lansing versus Stephen Antis. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Antis.
And sir, you are Stephen Antis, and you'll have to unmute yourself.
Got it. All right.
All right.
My name is
Sir, you're
Stephen.
Go ahead.
My name is Stephen Richard Antes.
All right. And you can hear me all right, Mr. Antis?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the city moves to amend the misdemeanor charge to civil infraction breach of the peace.
Civil infraction. Breach. of peace, and that's a $130 fine. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that your understanding, Ms. Robinson?
It is.
All right. Mr. Antis, my understanding that the misdemeanor trespass case is going to be dismissed, and you're admitting responsibility through your attorney, Ms. Robinson, of the civil infraction breach of the peace. It has a $130 fine. Is that your understanding, Mr. Antis?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, Ms. Robinson, I'll bring you back. This is ticket L277511. And the claim is that that in the city of Lansing, Ingham County at 10 East Street, Astor Avenue, Mr. Antis did breach the peace in the city of Lansing. How do you admit to that civil infraction?
I admit responsibility on behalf of Mr. Antis.
Thank you. We'll set it for a $130 fine. Does your client need some time to pay that fine?
Your Honor, I was actually going to ask if you would consider just administratively closing the file. Since his house was red tagged in this incident, he's been homeless really and is currently living in a hotel that's paid for by the Capital Area Assistance Project.
Does he have anything outstanding, like collections or anything? No. All right. I'm going to waive the $130 fine and administratively close this for reasons already stated for the record by the public defender. So ACMC, right? All right, so Mr. Antis, you should be all set concerning your living situation. We've waived your fine and administratively closed the file, all right?
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. That's all for the record, docket 23-00687.
Thank you. God bless.
You're all set.
Can I get a breakout room with Mr. Milton?
All right, let's go and call some of our civil.
Your Honor, I just spoke with Ms. Esquivel. She thought her hearing was tomorrow, so she's gonna be logging in. here in a
Okay,
minute.
all right. So give me that file back, Ms. Esquivel. Thank you. And then we'll call 145. Let's go ahead and call Fountain Place Limited versus Helen Taylor.
Morning, Carolyn Cohen, P49391, appearing on behalf of the plaintiff.
All right, so that's all in the record 23-00145. Ms. Cohen's here on behalf of the plaintiff. Ma'am, you are Helen Taylor.
Correct.
All right, this is the time set for a second. There was an initial fail to appear, and then it appeared that the tenant appeared, and we set it for a second pretrial on this date. Ms. Taylor, I can't remember. Were you here? Were you able to see the video that the court would have played at the first pretrial?
Yes, what happened was whoever sent me my paperwork in the mail, they sent me 2 of them. And the one that I appeared to was for some Harris Kane person that didn't even live at my address.
All right. Ms. Cohen, have you had the opportunity to speak with Ms. Taylor concerning any of these issues?
No, maybe we could talk in a breakout room.
Ms. Taylor, would you be amenable to speaking with Ms. Cohen, a legal representative of Fountain Place, in regard to some of the issues that have arisen because in this lawsuit?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to have Ms. Cohen and Ms. Taylor placed in a breakout room. You're waiting on Esquivel, correct?
I am, yes. I don't know if, given the fact that I did just speak with her, I don't know if the court would accept my waiving of her appearance if she doesn't log in a few minutes.
I'm good with that, but let's see if she logs in.
Thanks.
I'm ready on Mr. Milton whenever.
All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-00485. That's Anmark Rivershell versus Anthony Green and Michaela Chisholm. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Yes, Your Honor. Corey Grand Mason, P 64392, appearing on behalf of Anmark Rivershell.
And is that Mr. Kozer's case? Anmark, oh.
Chisholm.
Oh, Chisholm. I got the wrong. I have a Michaela Chisholm and an Anthony Green.
It's Zaire Chisholm.
Okay.
Close to this cave.
15. All right, Mr. Van Mason, I'm going to hold off on your case another 10, 12 minutes to give, because it appears the defendants have failed to appear, but we'll give them the full 15 minutes. All right, sir?
That's fine, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. I have 2 Chisholms, and so I called yours first, but you've got about 10 minutes.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see which ones. All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-00150. That's 917 Seymour LLC versus Zaire Chisholm. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Sam Dua here on behalf of plaintiff.
Your Honor, Adam Kazort here on behalf of defendant.
And ma'am, you are Zaire Chisholm?
Yes.
All right. This is the time set for a hearing in the matter. Mr. Dua, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. Last time we were here, which I believe was March 29th, the defendant indicated that she would be able to make a full payment by April 15th. So we set it for this second pretrial for today to give her ample time to pay. I have not, to be 100% candid, I have not received word from my client either way, whether she has paid in full or not. So I guess I would defer to Mr. Kozart in this situation.
All right, Mr. Kozart.
Your Honor, I haven't had a chance to talk to Mr. Dua. I think this would be a quick resolution if we just have a breakout room for a minute or two.
All right. Did you want Miss Chisholm in that breakout room with, or is that just between you and Mr. Dua?
If we need to confirm anything, I can have Miss Chisholm come in, but I don't see it being an issue with just them.
All right. I'll have Mr. Dua and Mr. Kozart placed in a breakout room. Sounds like that. So we're on the record in docket 23 L2775461 and 23 L2775462. That's City of Lansing versus Irvin Milton. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Your Honor, Assistant City Attorney Manny Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Milton.
And sir, you are Irvin Milton?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Milton?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, my understanding is that Mr. Milton will be pleading guilty to failure to display ops. In return, I will calibrate the time served, and I will be amending the civil infraction that's speeding the 16 to speeding 1 to 5.
To speeding, civil infraction 1 to 5. Do you have a code for that, or
Yes.
just in case?
It's the 257.6.631.
Is that a 0 point?
It's a 1 point.
At 1 point? And what's the fine on that? 130. All right. Is that your understanding, Ms. Robinson? I'll state that for the record. There's a plea discharge to the misdemeanor fail to display ops with deliberate of time served on that. And then a civil infraction amend to the civil infraction of 257.631. It's 1 to 5. It's a 1 point and $130.
Yes.
All right. And so I'll be walking him through the advice of rights, and you'll be confirming the civil infraction. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So, Mr. Milton, in this misdemeanor case, you have certain rights, and I'm going to walk you through those rights. All right, sir?
Okay.
All right. You have the right. So, in the possible penalty, I know you have a Killebrew agreement, but the possible penalty in the fail to display ops is 90 days and or what's the fine on that?
It says $100.
$100?
Yeah.
So understand the maximum penalty for the misdemeanor plea would be 90 days and or $100. I understand that you have a Killebrew of time served. If I was not to follow that Killebrew, you'd have the opportunity to withdraw your plea. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. You have certain rights, and I'll indicate those rights for the record. You have the right to be tried by a jury. You have the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. You have the right to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty. You have the right to have the witnesses against you appear at trial. You have the right to have question those witnesses against you. You, of course, are represented by attorney Aaron Robinson. She would cross-examine or contest any charges brought at trial against you. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
You have the right to have the court order any witnesses to appear in your defense. You have the right to remain silent during the trial. You have the right not to have that silence used against you. And you have the right to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than the plea agreement that's already indicated, or threats, or that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'll also be giving up any appeal rights you have from trial. Since you won't be having a trial today, you'll be pleading guilty. You understand those rights, sir?
Yes, sir.
It's my understanding it's your intent to waive those rights and to plead guilty today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna bring your attention back to February 10th, 2023 at West Saginaw, North Sycamore in the city of Lansing. Were you operating a motor vehicle on February 10th, 2023 in the city of Lansing on that day?
Yes.
All right. And at that time, as you were pulled over, did you fail to display a valid license to the police officer?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Anything concerning the factual basis on this file, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
I find the plea to be factual basis for the plea to be understanding, voluntarily, and accurately made. I will abide by the Killebrew as time served. Do we have a date on that? Do we have the number of days?
I think just one day.
Okay, 1 day. I'm gonna assess $100 fine. There's a $75 crime victims' rights fee. There's a $50 state fee for a grand total of $225. Do you need some time to make that payment, Mr. Milton?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to put that along with your civil infraction. So do you think 60 days would be enough time?
Yes.
All right. So we'll set it out, $225 to be paid within 60 days. I don't know what that is. What is it?
June 16th.
June 16th. So $225 to be paid by June 16th at 4 o'clock. You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can make that payment to the in person, to the 6th floor in person or online, okay, sir?
Okay.
All right, and then I'm gonna bring your attention to the civil infraction. And it's my understanding, Ms. Robinson, you're gonna be admitting responsibility on behalf of your client.
Yes, I admit responsibility.
Okay, so in regards to ticket L2775546, Ms. Robinson has admitted responsibility on behalf of her client to the civil infraction. That's a 1-point speeding ticket with a $130 fine. And I will place that $130 fine on the same time frame as your previous case. So we'll set it for. Okay, so that'll also be set for June 16th at 4.
Okay.
And you'll be contacted by the Secretary of State in regards to the 1-point violation. All right, sir?
Okay.
Anything else for the record on the accompanying ticket or file? Both tickets, 23 L2775461, or the same number ending in 462. Ms.
No, Your
Williams.
Honor, thank you.
Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, you're all set, sir. Thank you for your appearance today, Mr. Milton.
Thank you.
All right, and then Ms. Cohen, you're back from your meeting
Yes.
with Ms. Taylor?
Yep.
All right. So we're
She's
back
still-
on the
Is she still
record.
in the breakout room?
I think she probably is, and we'll have to move her back. And then Miss Escaville's here too, so we'll
Yes.
call her next.
Thank you.
All right. So we're back on the record docket 23-00145. Ms. Cohen, have you had the opportunity to speak with Ms. Taylor in a breakout room?
I have. We had the opportunity to talk and we've entered into a consent judgment.
All right. Did you want to place any of those numbers on the record?
Yes. we've agreed.
Wait, go
Are
ahead.
you ready?
I am.
Okay,
Go
are
ahead.
you ready?
I am.
Okay, we've agreed that there's 3,030 owed in rent and 155 in court costs for a total of $3,185. Ms. Taylor's indicated that she's gonna vacate by May 1st, so we would have a writ date of May 1st, 2023.
All right, Ms. Taylor, that's anything in those numbers or the vacate date. Does that all sound right to you?
Yes, I'll have all my stuff out by noon on May 1st.
All right. And you'll follow that up with an order, Ms. Cohen?
Yeah, now let me ask you a question. She gave me permission to sign her name to the order. I don't know, does this court allow
Did you
that?
want? Yeah, we can put that on the record. Ms. Taylor, you're giving permission to Ms. Cohen to sign your name to the order to forward to the court concerning just these numbers and the vacate date.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, so Ms. Cohen, that's correct. As long as she's placed on the record in this court, you can advance that since it's on the record.
Okay, and I did advise her of her rights under MCR 4.201.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, ma'am. So you'll follow that up with an order. So authorized signature. And you'll follow it up with an order to that effect. Is that correct?
Yes, you'll have that today. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Anything else for the record, docket 23-00145, Ms. Cohen?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Taylor, do you have any questions of me?
I have one question, if I may.
Sure.
So with me vacating, will this put an eviction on my record as long as I pay that amount that's owed?
As long as you pay the amount, is it, Ms. Cohen, I'm assuming this is a stay or vacate type of situation?
Yeah, exactly. There's no eviction on your record. There won't be an application for order of eviction as long as you vacate. And if you pay that, after you pay that amount, we're happy to file a satisfaction of judgment too.
Okay, I just want to make sure because I've kept my record clean for 10 years and I don't want that to end.
All right, so Ms. Taylor, does that answer your question?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. That's
Thank
all
you.
for the record, docket 23-00145. Thank you for your appearance today, and you're both free to leave the Zoom courtroom.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Then Ms. Esquivel. Ms. Esquivel, you can unmute yourself, and we're on the record in docket 22-03372. That's the city of Lansing versus Siciliana Santos Esquivel. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Siciliana Esquivel, who joins us via Zoom.
And ma'am, you are Siciliana Esquivel?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. This is a time set for a pretrial in the matter. Previously, there was some miscommunication and we issued a bench warrant. I'm going to retract that, so we'll strike.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Your
I
Honor.
apologize for the misunderstanding.
No worries. And then did we want to reset this or were you able to?
Well, Your Honor, our plan today was to ask for an adjournment.
Okay.
She's trying to reach compliance, but she's a borrowed vehicle to take a road test, essentially.
All right. So D appeared, no bench warrant, bond forfeiture, no bench warrant. And then we'll adjourn for compliance purposes. How many days do we need?
We would request 30 days if possible.
I have no objections, Your Honor.
30 days? Okay. So I'll indicate May 15th at 9 a.m. Thank you. So Ms. Esquivel, this will be the last adjournment granted in May 15th. So we'll be back here on May 15th at 9 o'clock. We're going to adjourn for 30 days for compliance purposes. All right, ma'am?
Okay, thank you so much, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 22-03372, Ms. Williams?
Your Honor. thank
Ms.
you.
Sutter?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. We're all set. And Ms. Esquivel, you're free to leave the Zoom courtroom.
Okay, thank you so much.
And then Mr. Dua on 1-5. Did you have the opportunity to meet with Mr. Kozort on docket 23-00150 in a breakout room?
Yes, I did, Your Honor. We've entered into terms for a proposed conditional dismissal, and I will defer to defendant's counsel to place those on the record.
Yes, Your Honor, we have agreed to a conditional dismissal. I believe the terms are going to be for a balance payment by the end of the month or the 28th of April. I believe Mr. Dua is going to confirm the total balance, but we believe it to be $640 and then court costs.
And you'll, Mr. Dua, that's correct, that for the conditional dismissal, and it'll be paid by the end of the month would be April 28th.
Correct, Your Honor.
And you're going to follow that up with an order after Mr. Kozart gets to see it.
Yes, we'll work together to make sure that you get an order, Your Honor.
All right. All right. Is there anything else for the record? Docket 23-00150. I'll await the order from Mr. Dua and Mr. Kozart. Anything else, Mr. Dua?
Nothing
on
further,
that
Your Honor.
file?
Nothing.
Mr.
Thank you.
Kozart?
No, Your Honor, and Ms. Chisholm, I'll be giving you a call once court ends here.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. So you're all free to leave the Zoom court. Mr. Dua, you're not. I know you have more cases.
Just
but Ms. Chisholm and Mr. Kozart, you're free to leave the Zoom courtroom today.
All right, thank you.
Your
Have a good one.
Let's see him tell Ligon. With the individual on the cell phone ending in 3622, please identify yourself.
Yes, this is Kristen Garrett.
Kristen. What time is your case set for, ma'am?
10:30.
Were you previously known as Kristen Janicki?
Yes.
All right. And so your full name today is Kristen, what's the last name again?
My married name is Garrett, Garrod.
Okay. You're in the right place, ma'am. We have some cases to call in front of you, all right?
Okay.
So we're on the record in docket 23-00156. That's Worthington Place versus Miguel Ligon or Ligon. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sam Dua here on behalf of plaintiff.
And this is the time set. It was set for 10 o'clock. It is now 10:37. And I do not see a Mr. Ligon or Ligon in a Zoom courtroom. I don't see him in the physical courtroom. I will indicate that previously the defendant failed to appear on March 29th, so we've reset it for the second formal hearing. Mr. Dua, how would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. Plaintiffs would move for a default possessory judgment to enter, rent to retain possession amount $795, costs of $165.82, totaling $960.82 to be paid on or before April 27th, 2023 to prevent order of eviction from issuing. I'd be happy to submit those default documents electronically for your review.
Thank you. Give me that date again. I missed that date.
April 27th, I believe, is our writ date.
Okay. April 27th. And you'll follow that up with an order, Mr. Dua?
I sure will.
Okay. So I'll orally grant the order for default judgment for failure to appear a second time, and I'll wait the follow-up order for my signature, and your numbers have been placed on the record. Anything else for the record, Mr. Dua?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's all for the record, 23-00156. Are you Miss Hexel? All right, go ahead and come up here. I don't see. So we're on the record in docket 23-00189. That's Alexa Hexel versus John Stapleton. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Yes, I'm Alexa Hexel.
All right. And this is the time set for a hearing in the matter. I do not see Mr. Stapleton in the Zoom courtroom. I don't have anybody in the waiting room. There's nobody in the physical courtroom. I will indicate that on March 29th, 2023, the defendant previously failed to appear on April 17th. So this is the second formal hearing. This was scheduled for 10:15. It is now 10:40. And Ms. Hexel, how would you like to proceed at the second formal hearing?
What are my options?
You're going to request a default
Can I
judgment.
have a default?
Okay.
Thank you.
So do you have it? So for the second fail to appear, default judgment. Thank you, Nathaniel. Judgment is orally granted. And I do have a landlord judgment tenant order that you can indicate, so you can take it down to the 5th floor to the civil department. It's already got the captions and everything on them. Do you have any numbers you'd like to place for the record, or do you know any numbers for the possession of the property,
Any numbers?
like previous rent that needs
Oh,
to
yeah, so he owes $5,150.
any court costs, any costs for filing the lawsuit?
Yes, I believe. I can pull that up right here. I'm
All
so
right.
sorry.
No, it's okay.
$47.83.
$83.
Yes.
83 cents. All right, so that would be for a total of $5,150 plus 47.85. So in this order, it's $5,197.85 that is due. You have the right to retain property, and I will sign this. And then I'll give it to Nathaniel, my court clerk, and he can make it available. He just left, but he'll make you a copy, but that'll give you something to take down to the civil department so you can start the process, all right?
Okay, so from there I can do like small claims or.
Well, your collection is, you'll have a judgment,
Okay,
yeah,
wonderful.
so I've signed the order, and you can, she needs a copy or anything, but that gives her what she needs to take to the civil department. Anything else for the record in docket 23-00189, Ms. Hexel? You're all set.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Neves right here has the order.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
He's gonna make a copy of it.
I'll step out in the hall.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-00211. Do either of you, do you have something, do you want to go?
Mr. Harris,
Yeah.
1043. Well, we can say it's 1043.
Mr. Harris. That's Bobby Harris?
Yes.
All right. And is Mr. Harris here today?
Nope, no.
Okay, let's give him a couple minutes. He's got about 5 minutes. I think we can go on 211. So we're back on the record docket 23-002111. That's OPV Partners versus Alyssa Nichols. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Judge Mark Wasbury on behalf of plaintiff.
And I don't see an Alyssa Nichols in the Zoom courtroom. Ma'am, you're not Alyssa Nichols. All right. I don't see one in the present courtroom. This was scheduled for 10:15. It is now 10:44. It would appear that the defendants failed to appear for the second hearing. I will make notice on the record that previously on March 29th, the defendant failed to appear for their initial hearing. We had service by attachment, so we set this. Mr. Wasbury, how would you like to proceed today?
I would request a default judgment of possession. This is a termination matter, writ to issue after April 27.
This is a termination of tenancy matter. Anything else for the record, Mr. Wasbury? It's a tenancy. I will orally grant your default judgment and await for the order to follow.
Okay.
And I have a vacate date of April 27th.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. That's all for the record in docket 23-00211. Thank you for your appearance today, Mr. Wasbury.
Yep.
Well, we're gonna get it's I do have it.
Okay.
I haven't called it yet because we had. Yeah. 304. So, Mr. Levine, we are here we can call it or somebody from Huntertown. All right. So we're on the record docket 23-00304. That is Huntertown Properties versus Amara Door. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Yes, Your Honor. Corey Grand Mason, P 64392, appearing on behalf of Huntertown.
All right, this is the time set for a hearing in the matter. I will indicate that we had a previous hearing that the defendant failed to appear for on March 29th. We've set it for today's date. We had service by attachment. This was scheduled for 10:15. It is now 10:47. It would appear that once again, the defendants failed to appear for the second hearing. Mr. Grand Mason, how would you like to proceed?
At this time, Your Honor, it having been a second hearing, the defendant having been served, we would be seeking a default judgment for possession only. Rent to retain possession in this matter, currently due and owing, is $4,096. Costs incurred in this matter of $167.50 for a total of $4,263.50. And we would ask that the writ be allowed to be issued on or after April the 27th, 10 calendar days from today.
And you'll follow that up with an order to that effect of Mr. Grand Mason?
Yes, I will, Your Honor.
All right. With those numbers placed on the record and in the file and an order to follow, the default judgment will take place when the court signs the order. Anything else for the record docket 23-00304, Mr. Grand Mason?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you should be all set on that file, and then I'll call your next one that I previously called. That is Anmark Rivershell versus Anthony Green and Michaela Chisholm. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Your Honor, Corey Grand Mason, P 64392, appearing on behalf of Anmark Rivershell.
All right, and this is the time set for a second hearing. I would indicate that the Mr. Green and Ms. Chisholm failed to appear on March 29, 2023. We had personal service as to one, but subservice as to the other, so we set them both for second hearing. I do not see an Anthony Green in the Zoom courtroom or a Michaela Chisholm in the Zoom courtroom. I do not see either one in the physical courtroom. This was scheduled for 10:15. It is now 10:49. Mr. Grand Mason, how would you like to appear? It would appear that both tenants have failed to appear for the second hearing.
Your Honor, at this time, we would be seeking to enter a default judgment for possession only. The amount in this case total is $4,935.91. That includes court costs in this matter. I will break it down into rent to retain and court costs in a total amount when I present the judgment. Judgment would issue on or after the 27th of this month.
All right, with that understanding, I will orally grant your default judgment for the failed to appear. You place your numbers on the record. It'll be broken down in the order submitted to the court. And then that writ date of April 27th will take place 10 days, or when I sign it this afternoon, up to today's date. I will follow up with an order. Anything else for the record in this file, docket 23-00485, Mr. Grand Mason?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You're all set, sir, on this file. Thank you for your appearance today. That's all for 23-00485.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, Ms. Robinson, we can call Mr. Harris now. So we're on the record in docket 23-0778 and 23-01042. That is the City of Lansing versus Bobby Joe Harris. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Amani Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Harris.
And this was initially set for 10:30. It is now 10:51. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear. Ms. Williams, how did you want to proceed?
Your Honor, this is the third time that Mr. Harris has failed to appear in this court, and I would like to request an immediate bench warrant.
All right. Ms. Robinson, any comment?
No comment.
All right. Because of the previous fail to appears, the court will issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture. Anything else for the record on either one of these, 23-01042 or 23-00778, Ms. Williams?
Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. That's all for the record in that file. Those two files. Who's on OFA?
Sam Bergstein sent the chat. He's with this client.
So he's no longer with it.
No, he's with.
All right, so we're on the record. Ms. Robinson, Ms. Sutter, you're all set today?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Thank both of you. So we're on the record in docket 23-00180. That is Iman, E-A-M-O-N-N, last name O-F-O-I-G-H-I-L. Appearances for the record, Ms. Williams.
Morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Amani Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
And Mr. Bernstein.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sam Bernstein with and on behalf of Mr. O'Fweel, who's seated to my left here.
All right, and sir, you are Amon Ofagil?
Yes, I am.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial on this matter. I know, Ms. Williams has indicated she didn't have she has not had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Bernstein in the matter. Mr. Bernstein, I guess she'll defer to you, or I could set it up in a breakout room if you wanted to speak with Ms. Williams.
Your Honor, I was hoping just for an adjourned date. I have some materials that I was hoping to send Ms. Williams for her review at her convenience, if that's okay with the court.
Well, I've got, this is the adjourned, here's the problem. This has been adjourned twice previously. So we've stipped an order to adjourn on March 15th, stipped an order to adjourn on April 16th or April 6th. And so we're down to the April 17th date. What I'll do most likely is set it for a final pretrial and jury trial just to keep it going. But we have 2 previous adjournments, and then let you provide Ms. Williams any information that you want to in the interim, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so let's set it for final pretrial. So that'll be final pretrial on May 1st at 8:30. And we require final pretrials here to be live, so the defendant should be here on May 1st at 8:30, along with his counsel. And then the jury trial date is set for May 15th at 8:15. You have both of those dates, Ms. Williams?
Yes, sir.
All right. So we have a final pretrial date that'll be live on May 1st at 8:30, and a jury trial date on May 15th at 8:15. And then provide Ms. Williams from the city with any information you might have. I'm sure you can continue negotiations
Yes,
as
sir.
you see fit. Anything else for the record in docket 23-00180, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Bernstein?
I have nothing else, Your Honor. I'll see everyone in person May 1st. Thank you.
All right, sounds good. That's all for the record in docket 23-00180. We're on the record in docket FHC 5 Capital versus Doris Monroe, docket 23-00203. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Pat O'Reilly appearing on behalf of plaintiff.
Okay, and so you represent FHC 5 Capital?
Correct.
All right, and ma'am, are you Doris Monroe?
No, I'm the property manager.
Oh, you're the property manager in the
Yes.
event. You can come up here, have a seat. All right, this was scheduled for 10:30. It is now 10:57.
Oh.
And I do not see a Miss Monroe in the Zoom courtroom. There's nobody in the Zoom waiting room. And it would appear that Miss Monroe is not in the physical courtroom. We have a prior failed to appear. Nope, we have all parties appeared after April, and that there was an agreement placed on the record or something, so we set it for April 17th. We do have personal service. I think she was supposed to vacate April 10th. I'm not sure. But Mr. O'Reilly, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to ask Your Honor to enter a default judgment of possession only with a writ to issue on or after April 27th, 2023, by virtue of the defendant's failure to appear this morning.
Okay, this is the second hearing that we were set for. Default judgment. Do you have any numbers you wanted to place on the record, sir?
It's a possession. There's no balance, I don't believe, because this is a termination case.
Okay.
So yeah, it's just, it's possession only, no money judgment at this time.
All right.
Your Honor, I don't know if it makes any difference, but she did sign a consent judgment that she moved by 4/13 at the
Oh.
last hearing. She signed it after.
I
So
did not
it
know that.
appears that she signed it, she signed a consent judgment after the April, that she would be out by April 10th or
The 13th.
the 13th. Were you aware of that, Mr. Riley?
I was not. No, no. If
Okay.
that's true, then to the extent the court hasn't entered that order yet, I would move for entry of that order, and then there'd be no need for the default judgment today.
Thank you. Do you have a copy of that consent judgment? You provide it to my court officer. That was an indication that she's to vacate by April 13th.
Correct.
This is for possession only. And is it your understanding that she's already out or she's?
I'm not
out?
sure. As of Friday, she was not out.
All right, so it'll be 10 days from my date of signature on this. That's my understanding, Mr. O'Reilly?
Well, if she agreed to a writ date of April 13th.
April 13th. I just don't have, one of the dates is not filled in. Oh, here it is. The plaintiff can apply for order if the defendant does not move out before April 13th. So I'll sign the order today.
Okay.
And it appears that she did sign it. Yeah. I think you're right.
Yeah, so my understanding is in theory, if she's not out, we could apply for a writ today because April 13th is come and gone, but I'd have to discuss with my client what where they're at with that. But in any event, at this point, again, I just move for entry of the consent judgment.
All right. All right, I'm gonna leave the dates the same, and then if we have to change them, we will. But I will sign the consent judgment that was agreed to. I have something to that effect in the court file, but I don't. But it was just we set this purposely after April 10th. I think for that reason, because there was an agreement. All right, but I've signed the consent judgment, and I provide a copy. We can provide a copy of that order to your property manager who's present. Anything else for the record, docket 23-00203, Mr. O'Reilly?
Just so the record's clear, so the writ date on that consent is 4/13/23.
I haven't changed any of the dates. They're both 4/13/2023. Yep.
Very good. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. But I'll tell you what, civil department's going to set it 10 days from the date I sign it.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate
So,
Your Honor.
I mean, that's gonna so it's gonna happen one way or another, but we'll change it when we get there.
Very good.
All
Well,
right, so
hopefully we
that's
never
all
get
for the
there.
record. All right.
Very good. Thank
So
you.
that's all for the record in docket 23-00203. You're all set, ma'am. Thank you.
Have a good
And if
day,
you want a
guys.
copy of the signed order,
Yes,
you can get it from. So we're on the record in docket 23-00245. That's Flagstar Bank versus Gunnar Klein. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Donna Carter, P52369, on behalf of plaintiff Flagstar Bank.
And this is the time set for a second hearing in the matter. It would indicate for the record that on April 5th, we set it for formal hearing. We had service by attachment. I would assume that and I can't read from my notes, that Ms. Klein failed to appear on that date. I don't have anybody, Ms. Klein, in the Zoom courtroom. There's nobody in the physical courtroom. I had service by attachment, which would be the reason to set it for second hearing. Ms. Carter, how would you like to proceed today?
Your Honor, we'd ask for a default judgment with a writ to issue on or after April 27th.
All right, this is initially scheduled for 10:30. It is now 11:04. The default judgment is orally granted. And you're going to follow up with an order to that effect. Were there any numbers you wanted to place on the record, Ms. Carter?
No money judgment, Your Honor. Thank you. And I'm sorry, I didn't hear in the prior cases. Can we email the judgment to you for entry?
You can. Yeah, you can email that. It's Judge Flores courtroom. This is the. Do you want to go to civil or you want to go to us? Okay. So you can send it to the civil department at 54A.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Anything else for the record in regard to the 23-00245, Ms. Carter?
No.
You're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
And then Mr. Whitty. Oh, we thought we had Mr. There he is. We've got a few of your cases, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we're on the record in docket 23-00327. That's 1120 Mary Avenue versus Christian Jared. And I believe Miss Jared is with us today. So parties' appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Norman Whitty appearing on behalf of the plaintiff, Clifford McConkey, property manager, is also on the Zoom conference.
And you're here, Clifford McConkey from Morley Incorp. You're also here, sir?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor.
All right, and then we have Kristen Janicki was the initial name. She told me she's indicated her married name is Kristen Jarrett. That's you, ma'am?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, and we have
Miss
service
Jared.
by attachment. That's why it was set for a second formal hearing. So that's why we are formal hearing. Miss Janicki, have you had the opportunity to speak? So this was previously set as a pretrial. It's now set for formal hearing today. So, have you had the opportunity to speak with anybody concerning the legal issues involved in this case?
Not at all.
Mr. Whitty, would you be amenable to speaking with your property manager present to Miss Janicki or Jared concerning some of the issues in this case?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
All right. So Miss Janicki, what I'm going to do is I'm going to place you in a breakout room with a legal representative of 1120 Mary and the property manager, so you can discuss some of these issues. This is set for formal hearing, but it was a previous fail to appear. So why don't I have you meet with them so you can discuss some of these issues? All right, ma'am?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to have Mr. Whitty, Miss Janicki, and Mr. McConkey placed in a breakout room.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. So we're on the record in docket 1705627. Show cause hearing with Tawana Josie Langston. As previously indicated, this is the time set for show cause. Ms. Langston has failed to appear for show cause. And there's a balance of $723. The court will issue DFTA, bench warrant, and bond forfeiture. That's all for the record, docket 1705627. All right, so we're on the record in docket 22 L2717774A. That's City of Lansing versus Juan Antonio Palomino. This is the time set. It was set for 11 o'clock. It is now 11:20. Appear that the defendant has failed to appear for his show cause for non-payment of the $130 previous fine. And the court will issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture. That's all for the record in docket 22 L2717774A. So we're back on the record, and sorry about that. I had to take care of some other matters. On docket 23-00327. Mr. Whitty, did you have the opportunity to speak with Miss Jared in a breakout room?
I did, and the court will probably have to bring her back. She was on a phone. So
Oh.
she's probably still out there in breakout land.
Yeah, let's see if we can bring her back. There she
There we
is. All right. So, Miss Jared, you had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Whitty in a breakout room?
I did.
All right, Mr. Whitty, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, I'm pleased to report to the court that we've reached a conditional dismissal in this case. Ms. Garden is in the process of moving. They're also still looking for some opportunities to get some additional financing. So conditional dismissal works well here because one way or the other, I think they're going to be able to get this wrapped up. Rent to retain possession is due in the amount of $4,598.59. Court costs are $162.68. So the total amount would be $47.61.27. That amount would be due on or before April 27th. Ms. Jared understands that if that's not paid by that date or they don't move, we would have the right to come back to court and ask the court to enter a judgment and issue a writ of restitution, and that would happen without any sort of further hearing. She understands that partial payment wouldn't prevent us from exercising those rights. We did discuss her rights under MCR 4.201I. I also sent her an email with a text of that email and a copy of the conditional dismissal, which she reviewed. And then she emailed me back indicating that I had her permission to sign the conditional dismissal on her behalf. And I've prepared that document and signed it on behalf of both parties.
Thank you. And that's correct, Ms. Jared. You've indicated that Mr. Whitty has the authorization to sign that document to forward to the court?
He does.
All right. And any of these things Mr. Whitty indicated about the numbers and the vacate date, that's all part of the conditional dismissal that you've agreed to sign?
Yes, sir.
All right. So the court will await the order to follow. Anything else for the record, docket 23-00327, Mr. Whitty?
Nothing for plaintiff, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Miss Jared, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
And then, Mr. Whitty, we have a docket 23-00334. It's Aaron Apartments LLC versus Brianna Gross and Dennis Crump. This time set for a second hearing in the matter. It was originally scheduled for April 5th, in which the tenants failed to appear. We had service by attachment. We have a second hearing set today. It was scheduled for 10:45. It is now 11:31. It appears that I don't see a Brianna Gross or a Dennis Crump in the Zoom courtroom. There's nobody in the waiting room or the physical courtroom. It would appear that the tenants once again failed to appear. That would be Gross would be defendant or tenant 1, and Crump would be tenant 2. Failed to appear. Mr. Whitty, how would you like to proceed today?
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to request entry of a default judgment. Rent to retain possession is currently due in the amount of $2,060. Court costs are $188.88. So the total possession amount would be $2248.88. That'd have to be paid on or before April 27th. We did not request a money judgment in this case. To the best of my knowledge, the defendants are neither minors, incompetents, or in the military service, and the landlord has kept the premises fit for their use as a residential dwelling.
Thank you. And you'll follow up with an order to that effect, Mr. Whitty?
I will.
All right. So for the fail to appear, the default is granted. In order to follow with those numbers, anything else for the record, docket 23-00334, Mr. Whitty?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You're all set on that file. And then we have docket 23-00339. That is Seymour Group LLC versus Brittany Baldwin. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Norman Whitty appearing on behalf of the plaintiff.
And this is the time set for a formal hearing in the matter. Ms. Baldwin failed to appear previously on April 5th, 2023. at the previous pretrial, we have service by attachment. So we set it for the second formal hearing, and it was scheduled for 10:45. It is now 11:33. It would appear that the tenant has once again failed to appear. Mr. Whitty, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to request entry of a default judgment in this matter. Rent to retain possession is currently due in the amount of $7,180.20. Court costs are due in the amount of $156.79. The total possession amount due would be $7,336.99. That would have to be paid on or before April 27th, 2023. To the best of my knowledge, the defendant is neither a minor and incompetent or in the military service, and the premises have been fit for the use as a residential dwelling by the landlord.
Thank you. And you'll follow up with an order to that effect, Mr. Whitty?
I certainly will, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so the court will orally order the default default judgment. And I will wait to sign the order when followed. Anything else for the record, docket 23-00339, Mr. Whitty?
Nothing on this case, Your Honor. I would mention that this afternoon I'm in front of Your Honor in person. Your hearing, I think, kind of drops in the middle of a slew of them I'm doing in front of Judge Buchanan's office. So I may be running back and forth a bit if I'm not precisely on time.
All right, we know where to find you.
You can hunt me down.
Yeah, we know where to find you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. That's all for the record. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll see you later.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McConkey. All that one. So we're on the record in docket 22-04094. That is Waverly Lansing as indicated versus Zareen Latif. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Yes, Your Honor. John Bradshaw on behalf of the plaintiff.
And this is the time set for a formal hearing. Is Mr. Latif here?
No, she is not. And she didn't attend the first hearing either, Your Honor,
All
back
right.
in February. But she has made 2 payments since then. She has a $4 balance. I've spoken with my client. He'd like to discuss.
All right, so plaintiff moves to dismiss file.
And then you want us to prepare a dismissal?
Yeah, just go ahead and forward an order to our courtroom or the civil courtroom.
You don't technically need one since they just did it on the record.
Yeah, so let's not do it then. So I'll do it. The record should be fine. I'll just dismiss on the record.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah. So plaintiff moves to dismiss on record. I get confused as to who has to submit who to where to what, but
I know what you mean. So I was just thinking, I haven't been in this building in 3 years. And so one, it's kind of cool being back,
right.
but it's all new judges and all new procedures.
We're not that old in this building.
No, I've been coming to this building since we came in on a different thing. I mean, I've been coming up here for 35 years, but 3 years
Right.
since I come here because of COVID.
Right. All right, so people move to dismiss the file on the record. Anything else for the record? Docket 22-04094.
No,
Mr.
Your
Bradshaw.
Honor.
All right. And then we're on the record in docket 22-04095. That's Waverly Lansing versus Amari Al and May PPF Al. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Yes, Your Honor. John Bradshaw on behalf of the plaintiff.
And sir, you are Amar Al?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Okay. And then is May Zara Al with you?
She's my wife.
She's your wife?
Yeah.
All right.
At home, take care of my kids.
All right. This is the time set for a formal hearing. I have all parties met, appeared at the last pretrial. Mr. Bradshaw, how are we proceeding today?
So, Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to enter into a conditional dismissal, which I explained to the defendant how that would work. That is, I'm going to say something on the record, and what I say is will be taken back to my office. I'll prepare an order. I'll send him a copy. I'll send you a copy. If it's what I say right here, you'll sign in 7 days. If it says something completely different, then call me and call the court, and we'll figure that out.
Okay. Did you want to place anything on the record,
Yes,
sir?
so again, it's to be submitted under 2602. And so the amount that's needed to retain possession through the end of the rental period is $2,926.71. And there are court costs of $194.77. I guess I didn't, I thought I had that total, but I do not. So
All right.
Right now. That total will be 3121.48. And we've agreed that that the defendant, Mr. Amari Al, shall pay that amount by June 2nd,
Okay.
Friday, June 2nd. And if he does, in this case, he's going to stay dismissed. If he doesn't, then I'm going to ask the court for a judgment and send him a copy of that and ask for a judgment or eviction. But and I just realized that I actually have a Form 508. Would it be easier for everybody if I just filled this out really fast? And it's already
Absolutely. It's completely up to you.
because it's already prepared, and that way we won't have to worry about anything going out in the mail.
And authorization for permission. You'll take a look at that and sign that, sir?
I
think
just have a question, sir.
Sure.
So you said when I have to pay all that amount?
Yes, go ahead.
Next month, you said?
By June 2nd.
June 2nd, like I have to pay 3,000 something?
Yeah, and you can pay. And so what he was thinking before is I need to make payment arrangements.
Sorry, I just
No,
misunderstood.
that's fine. So that's why we were going through how many pay periods you have between now and then. It's
Oh,
6.
okay, yeah, like every check I can pay.
You
like-
can pay on it as long as the whole thing is paid by June 2nd.
Okay, gotcha.
Right. That's the easiest way to put it. I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank
Because as
you.
long as it's all paid by June 2nd, you can set up whatever payment plan you need, as long as it's all paid by June second.
Okay, George,
And
thank
it
you.
makes a lot of sense to try to get it paid, in your, when you get paid, to make big chunks of it.
Yeah, sure, I know.
But, and let's just be clear, so you, and we talked about this out there, you still have to make sure you make your May payment.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Just as long as the numbers indicated, it's good you're asking these questions. The numbers you indicated are all on the record, and the date that payments due or vacate is June second. You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So this is the conditional dismissal form. That means it's gonna be dismissed today, and it's gonna stay dismissed as long as you make these payments.
Sure.
Okay. So that's that. You can sign it there. I'll give it for a copy. And won't do the trial.
Right, so if that's the conditional dismissal, I can sign that. And then we can provide you with a copy and keep the original. Thank you, Mr. Bradshaw. Case number. All right. So anything else for the record, docket 2204-095? I've signed the conditional dismissal. My court officer Nathaniel will give you a copy of the order. Anything else, Mr. Bradshaw? All right. Sir, any questions of me, sir?
Thank you, sir.
All right, you're all set. All right.
Thank you.
Good to meet you, Mr. Bradshaw. I've been on the bench, I think it's a year tomorrow. But I'm the oldest of the judges, but I'm the newest to the bench. The rest, I think our chief judge has 4 years on the bench. But I practiced in this county 2005, 92 to 2005. So I'm the old one of the bunch. It was nice to meet you.
All right, good to see you. It's good to see you.
Sure. On the Zoom, is there a representative? Oh, that's Miss Saperstein. That's you from Pallets Law Firm.
Yes, I'm here.
All right. I'll call your case, ma'am.
Thank you.
And I don't see is there an Alexis Robles or a Curtis Homer? in
Alexa.
the physical? All right. Mr. Robles, you're here at the formal hearing by Zoom?
Correct, yes.
All right. Well, this is the time set. Oh, and I indicated, all right. This is the time set for a formal hearing in the matter, docket 2204-100, Knapp Center Apartment versus Alexis Robles and Curtis Homer. This is time set for a formal hearing. Ms. Saperstein, how are we proceeding today?
We requested judgment on this matter. Last time we were here, Mr. Robles had explained that he would be able to make payments of $3,000 on February 10th and make more payments, $1,000 every other Friday. At this point, there's been no payments have been made, and we now have a balance of $8,621.81, court costs of $183.60 for a total of $805.49.
All right. So the last time we were here, did you enter into a conditional dismissal? I've got this set for a formal hearing today. Have all parties agreed to a formal hearing, that it was okay by Zoom, but then I don't have anything else on this case. And so I'm wondering, did you plan on putting proofs on, or? And you're breaking up quite a bit, Ms. Saperstein. As a matter of fact, I think you're froze right now. Mr. Robles, you're still there?
Yes, I am.
All right. But this sounds like it's going to be a contested hearing. Which we can't do over Zoom.
Oh.
But I can find time in our schedule to have a contested hearing. But obviously this Ms. Saperstein, are you back? Oh, now I can't hear you, ma'am. Okay.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear
Kind of.
me? I don't know
Kind
whether I
of.
should call up on my phone. I'm not having any issues at my home, but I don't know if I don't want that to happen again. I was just about to text a message.
Can you hear me, Ms. Saperstein?
I can hear you. Yeah.
You're breaking up every 5 to 10 seconds. You're breaking up both verbally and by visualization, by Zoom visualization.
I'll go ahead and call you on my phone.
All right. You're coming in right now. I'm just wondering how we're gonna have a formal hearing with your Zoom technology breaking up a bit in a contested format.
Oh, he is contesting it?
I guess he's contesting it. I don't know. I just set it for formal hearing. I don't know that anything was signed beforehand. I have nothing to
Nothing was signed
indicate.
beforehand.
Your Honor, I went into the clerk's office today and I was trying to file a cross claim. But they said that I had to ask you first since it wasn't the pre-trial.
This is set for formal hearing today. My indication is just to set it for a physical live formal hearing at the earliest date possible, since Mr. Robles is obviously contesting this. And I don't think that Zoom is the appropriate platform for a live contested hearing.
Your Honor,
Ms.
I don't.
Saperstein?
The other tenant, Curtis Homer, has moved out of the premises, so he's saying he wants to file a cross claim against him, but this is just for a non-payment case, and there's
Right,
Curtis Homer's already left.
All right, but we're still, you still not answered my question. If Mr. Robles is Mr. Robles conceding that this is a non-payment issue and we're not having, I don't have anything in writing. I don't have a conditional dismissal. I don't have a consent judgment. I just have a set for a formal hearing today.
Mr. Robles, do you want to discuss this matter one more time and see if you can come up with a payment plan? If you
Yes,
don't
could we
dispute that, like knowing.
yes, could we discuss this? If
I'm
possible?
more than happy to set this for formal hearing and do it live, but if you'd like a chance to meet with Mr. Robles in a breakout room, I'm happy to provide that also.
Okay, let's try that first, and if we can't, if it doesn't work out, we'll come right back and you can set another physical in-person hearing.
All right, so I'm gonna have Ms. Saperstein and Mr. Robles placed in a breakout room.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Whitty, are you ready on your case?
I am.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 22-04101. That's 3031 LLC versus Johnny Darden. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Norman Whitty appearing on behalf of the plaintiff 3031 LLC.
And sir, you are Johnny Darden?
Yes.
All right. You can hear me all right, Mr. Darden?
Yes.
All right. This is time set for a formal hearing. Mr. Whitty, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, I'm pleased to report the parties have agreed to a conditional dismissal of this case. Rent is currently owed the amount of $5,035. Their court costs of $161.06 for a total of $5196.06. That would have to be paid, or Mr. Darden would have to move by April 27th. He's working on getting some aid through Capital Area Housing Partners, and hopefully he'll be able to get that together and get it paid by then. And we're going to kind of monitor that situation as we go on.
All right.
I did give him the conditional dismissal. We went over that document and his rights under MCR 4.201. He signed a consent and advice and rights form, and if I may present those to the court.
You may. And perfect. I just needed that last number too. And you heard all the numbers that Mr. Whitty placed on the record?
Yes.
But is that exactly the numbers that you talked about coming out of your meeting with Mr. Whitty?
Yes.
All right. And you understand that it is a pay or vacate date by April 27th?
Yes.
All right. All right, so I will sign the consent order for dismissal. Mr. Darden, you've also signed it yourself?
Yes.
All right. And then the consent, answering consent, I'll sign that. That's already been signed by yourself. Is that correct, Mr. Darden?
Yes.
All right. So with both of those being signed, is there anything else for the record in docket 22-04101, Mr. Whitty?
Nothing for plaintiff, Your Honor.
I've signed both, and you can get copies of this from my court officer. Mr. Darden, do you have any questions of me?
No.
All right, so you're all set today, okay? Thank you. That's all for the record. And is there a Rahim Alakihil or Mary Martinez? You're Miss Martinez? All right, go ahead and come up here, Miss Martinez. Oh, I haven't called it completely yet. So docket 23-00194. Saying this case is dismissed. All right. I think we have our answer, ma'am.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna print it out here and we should be all set in a second.
Sir, can I ask a question?
Sure.
I was gonna ask you for a dismissal, because legal aid services told me to ask for that. But is there a way for him to return my deposit back? Because we moved out, or do I have to fight that myself?
I think you're gonna have to fight that yourself, all right? We do have an indication that the case has been dismissed.
Oh.
So, and if that's already signed and been, but let me make sure and grab it from the printer. And then we'll go ahead and put the case on the record and the dismissal on the record, all right?
Did you need also the paper from the city when we moved out, or no?
I don't.
Okay.
If he's willing to, if he's moved to dismiss the case, but let's get it and let's put it on the record and get it, make sure that we get it off the printer, all right?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
It's just an email.
All right, you're just putting me know. Okay.
I guess I could have always tried to jump over Nathaniel's desk.
You
but,
could have.
You know.
We're like, none of this is on the record because technically.
I will, yeah, you probably is different. I didn't print, I don't know why.
All right.
She's trying to put something.
I'm trying to print
Good.
something.
Evidently, they sent us an email saying this case is dismissed and we're trying to print it. All right, we're on the record in all right, we're on the record in docket 23-00194. That is Rahim Alakahil versus Mary Martinez. Rahim Alakahil is not present. Ma'am, your appearance for the record.
Yes, sir.
You're Mary Martinez?
Yes, sir.
All right. I received an email as of this morning, which indicated that from Mr. Alakahil, and that we received this at 10 o'clock this morning, that, and we were on the record at the time, that's why, that this was, that to cancel my hearing appointment for the eviction for today at 2:30, since the tenant has already moved out of the property. That indicates to me that the case is dismissed, okay? The plaintiff has not appeared today.
Yeah.
This was set for 2:30. It is now 2:57. And the plaintiff requested that the case to cancel the formal hearing, which is an indication to me that the case is dismissed. And there's an indication you can confirm it that you moved out of the property.
Yes, sir. I did.
I'm uncertain about any other deposit or property. I'll leave that between yourself and the landlord, but this case is dismissed today. All right, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 23-00194, ma'am?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay, you're all set.
I'm good to go.
You're good to go, Miss Martinez. Thank you for your appearance today.
Okay, I don't need no copies or nothing.
You can get a copy of the dismissal if you'd like. As a matter of fact, I just wrote it on the ROA.
Okay.
But you can get a copy of the email if you'd like. Would you like a copy of the email? Wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's another case for the.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Should be
All right, we're back on the record in docket 2204-100. Ms. Saperstein, you've had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Robles, and we also added Mr. Homer, who came a little later to that
Yeah, that
breakout
was
room.
perfect.
All right.
Thank you. Your Honor, we could go with your first suggestion of adjourning this for an in-person hearing. I believe that they just need some extra time to have it paid off.
All right, so we'll set for a live in-person formal hearing. And what date would you like us? Our dates are, trust me, are way out there. So we're probably looking at a June date right now. Would that
Oh,
suffice for
that's-
your purposes?
You know, I thought it was going to be like in the next week or two, and I know they'll be happy because they just don't dispute the amount of rent. They just need the extra time to have it paid and are trying to sell a vehicle.
Let me see if we have a May date available for that would get you in 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll do a live hearing, contested hearing on May 8th at 1:30. And then if you choose to file a dismissal or we don't need that date, you'll let us know, Miss Saperstein?
Yes, I told them if the amount's paid in full, that we'll dismiss the case, but up until then, we can't, we have to proceed
All right.
forward.
So
So
Mr.
May
Robles,
8th,
you understand, May 8th at 1:30.
and it's in person
Miss-
for plaintiff too?
Yes, everybody in person on the 6th floor at 1:30. Mr. Robles and Mr. Homer, unless this is able to be taken care of, you should be here on May 8th at 1:30. Okay, sir?
Okay.
All right, Mr. Homer, you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So you let us know, Ms. Saperstein, at this time, May 8th at 1:30. Anything else for the record? And
No, thank you very much.
2204-100. All right. Mr. Robles and Mr. Homer, we'll see you on the 8th if this isn't taken care of, okay?
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good luck. Thank you. Bye-bye.
How are you, Mr. Whitty?
I'm fine, Your Honor. A little cooled off with the snow, but I'm okay.
All right. I'm gonna call this last case and
Yeah.
then it's just a default. So we're on the record in docket 22-04108. That is Aaron Apartments versus Marissa Trevino. This is the time set for a formal hearing. Your appearance for the record, Mr. Whitty.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Norman Whitty appearing on behalf of the plaintiff.
And this is time set for a formal hearing. We had a previous fail to appear on February 8th, 2023. It appears that the defendants failed to appear again today. It was set for 3 o'clock. It's now almost 3:58, and D has failed to appear. So I'm assuming you want a default judgment entered, Mr. Whitty?
Well, that's what I would have thought too, but my assistant just handed me what looks like a dismissal of this very case, this docket number that I signed on December 27th. So, it looks like this thing went away a long time ago, but that doesn't explain how we had a hearing in February. Now I'm completely confuzzled, but that's kind of my normal state of being, so I'm comfortable with that.
You and me both, Mr. Whitty. You and me both. I do see that we had a hearing on February. Did you want to do some investigation and let us know, or
why don't I? Did you know who appeared in February? Was it me or Joy or one of my cohorts?
I didn't write down which one of you appeared. All I have is the defendant failed to appear and set for a formal hearing, and then it was because of the service by attachment.
And that was February what?
February 8th, 2023.
All right, I'll dig around. If nothing else, if it's paid in full, I'm just going to resubmit the dismissal because I'll assume that for some reason it didn't catch up with the court file.
That sounds perfect.
All right, thank you. I appreciate you accommodating
All
us
right.
today.
All right, thank you, Mr. Whitty.
Yep.
So I just put plaintiff will move to dismiss or default judgment. How's that? All or nothing.
That's gonna get a sticky note
This
for
is
sure.
a sticky note for sure. I'm gonna already refer it to Nathaniel.
Oh, no.
This should be referred to Nathaniel. Please see Nathaniel on this file.
Awesome.
Let's
Way
see.
to spice up a Monday.
Yeah, landlord
Hey, your first stalker hasn't seen you very much.
will be checking out. I'm not gonna, every time I write more, I just get more in trouble, so I'm not gonna write any more. I mean, that's how the plaintiffs move to dismiss or default judgment.
It will be a surprise.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dealer's choice.
Dealer's choice. So there you go. I'm gonna put a star.
I thought you were gonna say a smiley face.
I was gonna say a smiley face, but I decided that would be a little cavalier on my part. I'm gonna put a star just to remind me when I look at them, like, oh, I know what happened here. We didn't know what to do. What do you do?